front of your page. Is the
Yeah.
Does he have a backstory? What is his
Oh yeah.
story?
Yeah. Definitely a backstory.
Hmm.
All my major characters have backstories. Well,
Ooh.
his is he is a Native American from the early 1800s.
Okay.
He accepted Christ back then.
Okay.
Because of that, he's been ostracized by his people because of believing in the God of the white man,
Right.
and and unfortunately, because of the way things were back then, he's been ostracized by the Christians
Right.
just because he's a native. So he's sort of alone, if you will.
Right.
And he happens to, he's allowed to go into the church when nobody's there.
Right.
So he goes into the church one day to pray,
Hmm.
up at the altar, and he's like, God, I forget exactly what he said, but basically he says, I want to what's your will. I want to be a warrior for you.
Hmm.
And then God transports him through time to modern days,
Okay.
present day. But he doesn't transport. He transports him like way up in the middle of nowhere too,
Right.
northern Ontario,
Oh,
because
okay.
you don't want too much of a culture shock.
Right.
And then God takes a suit that from the future that the Canadian government was working on to
Okay.
enhance, to make somebody basically Superman-esque, aside from the heat vision and cold breath.
Right.
You know, he takes that from like the future, like 30 or 40 years in the future, whatever it is.
Hmm.
Brings it back through time
Hmm.
to the spot where he's got Man Like Cougar was what his name is before he becomes the Canadian Shield.
Right.
Um, and an angel appears, tells him to put on the suit and travel south.
Hmm.
And then he starts learning that with this suit, he's got all these incredible abilities.
That's awesome. And so, how many issues? Yeah, I presume you at this point you've drawn like multiple issues.
Well, I've just finished recently drawing the second issue. I have like 8 issues in total written.
Okay.
It's just getting to that point of producing them.
Right. It's I mean it's like a lot of work. There's no easy way to do any of this, honestly. It's just time. Lots and lots and lots of time.
Yeah.
So it's awesome seeing your work ethic though, because that's the main thing that like a lot of times when people talk about creating comics or wanting to work on these big projects, you never see them work on it, and they just really talk about it and never really get around to creating it. So it's cool to see how much work you're doing consistently week to week, because I'm sure you have other obligations too. Um,
Yeah, a little bit, but not much.
okay, fair enough. Everybody's life is a little different, so it's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I live at home with my mom,
Okay.
but this has been my main thing. I've had jobs in the past, but they've not
R-
really worked out.
right, I gotcha.
Hey, mom.
Well, very cool.
Uh, Guy's name is Pilfer Pup.
Oh
He
yeah, hello.
draws. Yeah, my mom is nosy. She hears me talking and she comes
Uh,
in and says,
who's
"See you."
this? Yeah, hello, hello, Canadian mother.
Pilfer Pup says hi.
Hello. Let's
She,
see.
as you heard her, she says hi back.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
He's going to be drawing the Canadian Shield tonight on his show,
Yeah.
or this afternoon.
Currently, it's afternoon for me. It's super hot
It's
outside though, so I'm like, oh, it's all muggy in my room now.
it's evening for me. It's 6 o'clock, so
Oh, okay.
or
Hey,
just
you're
after.
an hour ahead of me. All right, let's see. Big big muscle man. Now I gotta look up real anatomy, and hopefully these dudes are wearing clothes. Because normally when you look up
Yeah,
anatomy, they're like speedo.
yeah. Um, if you, I don't know, I know you're not much of a comic person, but if you want to think physique comically, think of Hulk, Juggernaut.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, he doesn't really have Superman's aesthetic. He more just has like the suit.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, Superman's powers are natural. His is he's just big
yeah.
naturally.
Ooh.
Also, well, this guy would be a bit skinnier than these guys, but if you remember from Street Fighter, T-Hawk,
Yeah.
uh, who
Oh yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah.
they'd have two, well, T dash or period Hawk, whatever, you know what I mean. I'm not sure what the T stood for, but
Right. I'm putting up pictures of like very obviously like hyper muscle men, and Brian's like, "Hey, that's me."
what are you on?
No, it's not actually him. He's just saying that like because they're all muscly. So he's like, "Oh, that's me." No, it's not.
Have you
That.
started yet? Oh, here you are.
Yeah, it started. I'm gathering data, and then let's see, Superman cartoon, or I guess comics. Superman comics is even better.
Yeah.
Superman comics. Here we go. This is really good. I like this one a lot. I'm running out of room. I might need a bigger canvas to keep all this in. Image size
Like,
6:1.
and hello to everybody in the chat. I didn't realize you had actually gone live yet.
Yeah, I was like, it would be better to have this conversation on stream. So I'm like, I'm just gonna turn it on. Yeah. But if at any point you're like, oh, I'd rather you not have that on stream, I could just cut it. Not the stream, but
no.
I could trim anything you might be like, oh, I'm not comfortable with that information being on there or something. So you just let me know.
Oh, I'm more than
Yeah, I figured
comfortable. Yeah. I protect myself from a lot of times from having the information out there,
Right.
But if it gets out there, I'm not worried. I don't care.
Yeah.
Dox me if you.
No, don't say that on the internet, because somebody eventually will. They'll be like, oh, challenge accepted.
Not that you would. I don't mean you when I say
Right,
that. But
right.
if I get doxxed, I'm not going to live in fear. Me and my
Right.
mom live in an apartment building.
Uh,
And it's probably easy enough to get through the first couple doors.
Challenge accepted.
Because they're glass and people let people in apartment buildings. But our apartment door is a little thicker.
No, fair enough. Sheesh. On full on lockdown apparently. So who is your favorite superhero?
I'm not sure. I haven't really narrowed it down to one. I've got like 5, I would say.
Okay.
And I don't know which one's number 1, 2, 3, and 5 in any particular order, but Superman is a favorite of mine.
Superman is a very, very good character, just in general.
Yeah. Batman, Spider-Man.
Batman's alright.
Wolverine.
Wolverine's cool.
Wolverine and Green Lantern. Not Guy Cutter. Kyle Rayner, Green Lantern.
Okay. Did you like the Green Lantern movie when it came out?
It was all right, but I think they could have did a lot better. I think I don't blame Ryan Reynolds.
Right.
I blame
Nobody would ever. Yeah.
Well, some would.
Okay, fair enough.
I blame whoever wrote that because they didn't really get Green Lantern. They had whoever wrote it. It wasn't Hal Jordan really.
Yeah, I see.
He was a little too happy-go-lucky or whatever. I'm not sure what the right phrase would be for him.
Right.
It's just like when Ben Affleck did Daredevil. It's
right.
Again another one that I thought the Daredevil movie was alright.
Yeah.
But in some ways it was badly written too, and that's not Ben Affleck's fault.
Right.
Or also the badly directed too.
Right. Well, that was before
Um,
a lot of these superhero movies like found their place, because
yeah,
a big part of Hollywood is like we do what makes money, and if we don't know what this topic is used for to make money, then we'll do it in the only way we know how, which is
yeah,
essentially like, oh, we want to make just a romance movie with this topic of like, Daredevil, or we
yeah,
want to make like a cheesy Die Hard action movie, but we don't want to put
yeah,
that much money in it because we don't know if it'll make that much money. So they don't know what to do. But now that superhero movies have like this makes money doing it this way, then no matter what, they're always going to continue doing it that way. They follow
yeah,
templates. That's just how the industry works. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. Well, too often than not, they don't go with the source material,
Right.
and yeah, I get they want to get a lot of, seats, people in the seats,
Right.
but at the same time, by not following a lot of the the, s- the stuff that's out there already, they alienate the people that will go and see this movie 2 or 3 times or more, 10, 20 times in the
Mm-hmm.
theater,
Mm-hmm.
and that is the comic book fans that love this, that have made them as big as they are, beforehand.
Right.
And although I'm not one to go see a movie usually, many times in the theater, I'll go see it usually once,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but there are people that go see movies, lots of times in theaters if they like it,
Right. Right.
especially among comic book fans.
Right. I see. I see. I see Jonah Arts is also in call. I don't know if he normally chats or. Hello.
Sometimes he does.
Hello, Jonah Arts. Welcome. Welcome. I don't know if that's one of the gentlemen from the other day on Saturday or Sundays. I think it was Saturday.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't in on
Oh, okay.
Saturday.
Okay.
In the chat, lurking.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Nice to meet you.
To answer, it's I didn't have anything to talk about, nor did I know what you were talking about to begin with.
Oh, no worries. You all right?
Uh,
Well, you're.
Pilfer Pup. We're on Pilfer Pup's channel, and he's drawing up the Canadian Shield.
I guess I could
Oh,
share screen too.
But I thought Cross was
On
streaming.
air.
There we go. I can stream
Yeah,
too.
I joined because I thought you were on.
Oh, my
We are
bad.
on air, but just not my
Oh wait,
channel.
I didn't know
Yeah.
you were making Black Adam.
Oh yeah, that's right, because it's The Rock. Thank you. That's so funny. Hey, Roll Perez, thank you for joining. The Rock Johnson as Green Lantern. Oh my
Actually, that
god.
wouldn't be a bad casting choice.
Yeah, that's so
But
funny.
which lantern?
He's got to be the Pink Lantern. That'd be so funny. Is there a Pink Lantern?
Well,
Yes.
Sort of, yeah.
Is it a
there's that-
is it a girl?
No.
Oh, so progressive.
No. The Pink Lanterns are a bunch of people that have empathy
Oh,
No,
and
I-
lots of.
I'd be a Pink
Well,
Lantern.
No, I would say they're more loved. The Star Sapphires.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well,
Or
to
they're
have love,
supposed to
you
be
need to
loved.
be. You need to have some kind of empathy.
Guess I'd say not really.
I said
You
some
should,
kind.
but I'm not sure how I would say it for love. But there's like the Lantern Corps of Compassion, which I think would fall more under empathy.
That's cool. I like that. That's like really fun.
Then there's
Yeah.
fear. There's fear. There's rage.
Is
there's
fear
death,
is fear
there's life.
yellow
Yeah,
and then rage is red.
yeah.
Death
Hope with blue.
hope is blue, and is death purple or is it black?
No,
No.
black.
Okay. I didn't think they'd use that.
Compassion's more purple, I would say.
Okay.
They're called the Indigo Tribe.
Okay.
And they're super compassionate that they don't want anyone to join.
Oh yeah, and then there's the Orange Lanterns, which is greed.
They're greedy lanterns? Are they all evil?
No, they're just greedy.
Well, technically, there's only really one of them.
Okay. Is he a bad guy? Sinestro?
Yeah.
No,
No.
they're not evil. They're just greedy,
Oh, okay.
and they want to have everything for themselves, but they also don't want to leave their precious little sanctuary.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a kind of weird that there's a reason there's only one.
Yeah. He's greedy. He doesn't want to share his power.
I think this is...
And then he tries to get everything in the universe as his. If it's unique, he wants it.
Yeah. All my characters are super young, so I'm accidentally giving him like baby cheeks. So I have to like reform his head to be more to like an adult size because his eyes are too big too.
Are you showing this on Discord now?
I'm doing it both.
Oh, there.
Yeah. Yeah, because now his forehead's too big. Yeah,
Oh my god, my teammate's never going to die.
What are you playing?
Overwatch.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes,
I'm just kidding.
playing pay to win.
Is it pay to win? I don't think it's pay to win. I love Overwatch.
Oh no, you can unlock the characters, but in order to unlock them
You have to
far
pay.
further in
Yeah.
advance, which some of the characters are way too busted to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
You literally have to buy the battle pass or spend like $20 for one character.
Right.
Yes, $20 for one character.
Right.
One character.
Yeah.
Ouch. That's a lot.
There's literally a roster of I think 12 that are locked behind a paywall.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get...
And if you don't want that, then good luck playing the grinding game. That's very aggravating.
Right. Yeah, I could do
Raul
this.
Perez says he'd be an Orange Lantern.
Raul Perez is
Sorry, there's only one.
his poop-colored lantern. So dumb. He's like, wait, why would you say that to me?
Technically, there is a Rainbow Lantern, and there's only one that ever existed, and that was just because he didn't have mastery over all the other lantern powers.
Cool.
Yeah, the White Lantern's life. I think I said them all. I forget.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm saying like he legit actually had Rainbow Lantern abilities,
Mm-hmm.
i.e., none of them mixed properly.
Yeah. I know Kyle Rayner went through and learned them all, got all the rings, was able to do them all.
Yeah,
And he became the
eventually
White
he did.
Lantern.
Oh no, eventually he did learn it to become the White Lantern. But in the beginning, he could only use them individually and separately, and not all together to make white.
Yeah.
Alright, well.
It's just one of those things that does happen. Yeah, I may not read comics, but I do know my lore.
Yeah. Well, I have like a couple friends that are like really into comics. I don't know if either of you know Sergeant Bats. He runs a comic channel on YouTube.
Can't say I've heard of him.
Actually, I might.
Yeah.
Dude, it's been like a good, I think, 10 years since I've looked into comic YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually read a lot of comics on an ongoing basis. The odd
Right.
time I read one now.
Right.
Just because what's... Well, I wouldn't say it's because of what's going on at DC and Marvel. I just wasn't able to afford them anymore.
Right.
Or be able to get them. So when you can't do anything... you can't
Right.
read 'em.
Right.
Can't read them, join them.
Yeah.
What is your goal for all these comics that you're making?
Well, my goal is to have a company. I'd say it's like DC or Marvel, but maybe like DC or Marvel used. DC or Marvel used to be like 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
Maybe early thousands.
A little bit more realistic, because now it's like a hyper Goliath. It's a hyper behemoth. Not to say that you can't achieve that, because you definitely can.
I think he's referring to having a lot of different heroes and comic books running at a consecutive time.
Right.
In a interwoven narrative.
Right.
Written by him or like 4 other people.
Or I deem worthy, right? You know,
yeah.
whoever I might hire.
Superhero comics are hard to follow. Yeah.
If you're going with the whole interconnected narrative route, it's a good idea personally, or if I were to recommend, to just make a story bible, which is just a overarching outline of the entire events of the entire story.
Right.
You don't need to go into full detail, but enough to where you're basically saying this is how certain aspects of the continuity is supposed to go.
Right.
So you don't get the whole messiness that you see that you see DC and Marvel having.
Right.
At the moment, I've got 7 main characters, like main books, I mean, characters for books.
Right.
And I'm trying to write those, in a good continuity that way, because there's some villains that are going to overlap throughout what I would have considered at one time my first year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Because after like I said, what I consider my first year and a half, they're gonna form a team. So, and then like 8 books, and then based on what people think of characters that they introduce, whether they might get
continuations or just be like background kind of,
or get other books. Like
right.
I introduce. In that year and a half, I'm going to be introducing other heroes that won't have their own books. But
right.
you just, might see them the odd time in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, not every... I'm going to be blunt. Not every character that you create in a comic that needs a actual book to explore.
Right.
Because it gets a bit jumbled up and messy and then overbloated to where it's nigh impossible to keep the continuity or any story straight.
Right. Well, I think one of the biggest mistakes with artists in general, I've seen myself run into this a lot of times, is you design a character and then write a story around it, which can work, but what you're more so supposed to do is you write a story and you create characters to represent that story. Because like The Walking Dead isn't about zombies, it's about people. And it's about like their stories, and the zombies and like that aesthetic is just something to wrap that story up in, so that it's like easier to present it. It's like more, it kind of elevates it, because the characters are the vehicle that moves through the story.
Yeah.
Or the setting is the vehicle. Story person. So it's like, what is the story you want to tell? Why? How can you connect that to like on a human level? That people can be like, oh yeah, I also struggle with that topic, and then from there you kind of like create more around it. But that's just a theory, a pill for a pup theory.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah,
it's definitely one way to write, or,
yeah.
Or could be a combination of both.
Yeah.
There really is no right or wrong way to tell a story. Correction, there is no real right way to tell a story. There's just many wrong and error kind of ordeals.
Yeah.
Mostly coming down to execution.
Right. Fair enough. I want to just start over with this guy. I need to do the posing first before I get into like the nitty-gritty of these details.
Yeah, for sure.
This is already like way better. this needs to be.
Yeah. I'd say the hardest part about drawing this character, I think most people have, and it's something that I had for the longest time, and I'm getting better at it, is the bulkiness of them.
Yeah, I don't, like I said on the when I was on the last stream, is I'm like, I have to take the time to understand anatomically like how muscles grow, where they grow out specifically based on like how you use them, because it's like Superman's very much upper body strength to show like, oh, I'm gonna lift a bunch of stuff. So even though his legs like make sense, they're not much in the way of like, I'm gonna make like this dude's like fat thighs like shows that he lifts stuff specifically to that. This guy's upper body though is like really tiny even though the muscles are there. It's like really warped.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, that guy looks whacked.
Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No body shaming on this channel. He's a beautiful man.
Shame.
For shame.
Oh no, I died.
What character do you play in Overwatch?
I'm what's known as a flex player. I just play whatever is needed.
Okay.
But considering since Overwatch 1, I've been stuck on support.
Yeah,
I
right.
learn every single support character.
I like Moira a lot because she's kind of between the two of support and damage. You can do a lot with that.
Yeah.
But Charcoal Angel was talking about a character called The Question. I don't know if you guys have heard about him.
Oh yeah.
No, that's just a question.
That's just a question. What's he like, CrossComics? What's he about?
He's a conspiracy theorist.
Oh.
Ugh.
Conspiracy theorist.
He's always questioning everything.
Okay.
Hence the name, The Question.
That's cool.
And he's a bit of a detective because of that too, you know?
Right. Let's see.
But yeah, he's been on in the Justice League before. He's a DC Comics character.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
And he's fairly old. I think it was Charlton Comics that he used to be owned by, but DC bought them out. I could be wrong about the first comic that comic company that he was with.
This is just chaos.
Yes, it's chaos.
Chaos. Sorry, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I got a sideline you for a bit, bud.
Yeah, I like how the excerpt that you took him out of that one thing there almost looks like an eye.
Where?
Well, the one that you just moved around.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, the shape. That's funny. I got my eye on Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He's a very handsome man, to be fair. He's like so perfectly shaped.
So what got you into animation? I know you've probably been asked that or
Oh no,
said
it's
about that before.
totally cool. So like I grew up watching a lot of anime and watching a lot of like. So I grew up playing a lot of I want to say like JRPGs and stuff, and their stories are always like really, really involved, like really intricate, crazy. I mean, at the end of Final Fantasy, you're like, you know, Kefka, this big bad guy, he basically took the souls of all of our ancestors and created like a power source out of them, absorbed them all, and then became God. And now he's like destroying the world. And this is over the course of like 60 plus hours, right? And then on TV, there'd be like, Spider-Man swings through the city, and then he's like, I'm gonna save this cat. And you're just like, okay. So I was like, I want to create something more like this Final Fantasy story where like humans ascending to godhood and like becoming these like grand deities that are trying to find whatever reason they exist for, and then, you know, create that within the world. And so here's this ragtag team of friends that's like a teenager, an old man, a kung fu fighter, and a dog walk up to this grand deity that's trying to destroy the universe, right? And like beat him up. So I wanted to create stuff like that, like you know, and like Naruto's kind of the same way. I don't know if you watch like a lot of anime. It's always like it's always so silly and like outrageous, but it's so believable for the narrative that they're talking about, right? So it's like in Naruto, they're just like a bunch of kids that are ninjas, and they end up, you know, killing each other basically because that's just the way their country works. But at the end of it, it's like, here's someone that was at the origin of all of humanity that created what the ninjutsus that they use, right? And so the story ends up being about ragtag group of kids learning to be ninjas that have to basically save the world by season like 50 or whatever. And I always loved how the story gets like so out of hand, but you're so invested in like this progression. Because like Saturday to Saturday, you know, when I'm growing up, it's like the Ninja Turtles sure beat up these guys again, and like nothing really changes. And I'm like, but I want to see growth. I want to see like progression. I want to see these characters have like relationships with other people and like have difficulty in their lives. Like, what do they struggle with? Like fighting? That's it? I don't know. I get really invested in like these complex character stories, and I want to see more of them. So I've kind of stepped away from writing like that like I used to, because I have a few comics that I made called Bright Sky, where it's basically like pirates and stuff, and they got pirate ships, and this guy's searching for his brother on the high seas. Yeah, basically. It was heavily inspired by Kingdom Hearts. Was like the original idea of it, but I was like, yeah, but the high seas are the spirit of adventure, so I wanted to keep it like that, or within those confines. But yeah, so then I was like, okay, well, I need to learn to animate if I want to make some of these, you know, really fun and interesting. I gotta like learn to do it myself, so that if I create a studio, then I could do that. But I'm like, how do I get money to create a studio? Well, I gotta learn to do business. And so now I'm on this whole other trajectory of like, well, now I need to create like an art company that can survive on its own, and then I could funnel that money into, you know, these grander projects. But, you know, I'm still working on that. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does a little.
Yeah.
Brian says
That
he
answers all of
needs
mine.
more.
What?
Brian says he needs more muscles.
Oh, I know. I'm trying, Brian. I'm trying. I'm also trying to position his like limbs correctly, so it's like in a cool, almost strongman pose.
And anime is actually one of the hardest things for a lot of people to pull off.
Yeah, animation is, I mean, like, I started with writing, and then I moved to illustration so I could learn character design, so I could, you know, you explain these characters and people are like, oh, that's neat, and then you try drawing them, you know, when you're like 12 or something, people are like, oh, I see. And you're like, all right, well, clearly I need to improve at this. So it's like, you clearly think this looks dumb. So...
Yeah, it's like, come on, I'm 12. What do you
yeah,
expect me to be?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So like, I studied that, which is where I am now, or why I got to where I am now. But then beyond that, now I'm like, all right, well, now I need to learn animation. But I just finished like not mastering, but becoming a high expert in illustration. And so I'm like, now I gotta like become a high expert in animation, and then after that I have to like hook back to writing because I'm probably just still an amateur in writing, even though I thought I was like pretty good at it at the time. So it's like, I don't know. It's like there's always more to learn.
If I'm being honest,
Yeah.
everyone is an amateur at animating, drawing, illustrating, or writing.
Right.
It doesn't matter if it happened to be like you're in the professional business, you're still going to be an amateur.
Well, you're always
compared
gonna
to the person next to you.
Right, you're always gonna learn, and I completely agree with that. But there is a point to where like your skill is very presentable, compared to like still in the phases of like you should just sit down, lock down practice, and like because like everything's around structure and like fundamentals. But we as artists were like, oh, I love this and this and this, and I want to dive into creating that instead of taking the time to understand why that is what it is. Which there's nothing wrong with that.
At first.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that, but
I feel called out.
no. But see, that's the thing is like there's no right or wrong way to do it, because if you're not passionate, you're not gonna get there. But if you don't try and get there, then you're also not gonna get there. So you need both of these things.
Yeah. You honestly have no idea how many times I've heard like a lot of people just straight up say you need to learn the fundamentals and you need to learn it this exact way or else you're never going to get it to work.
Well,
it needs to be exactly like this. This is exactly how you start. This is exactly what you need to do. This is exact.
Right. Well, I think
there.
Right. Go ahead. Sorry.
There is a point to learning the fundamentals, but at the same time, you kind of need to dive head first.
Right.
Like you don't really learn to swim until your parent literally just lets you swim in the pool.
Right.
Clearly, they're gonna be there. They're gonna watch, so on and so forth. But at that point, it's just you and the pool.
Right. But there's a difference between swimming in a pool and trying to swim across the ocean, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's a different story entirely.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying though. Is like it's great to swim if we're gonna keep using that analogy. It's like that's awesome. Like I love swimming, and the joy of swimming is what's gonna make you want to swim across the ocean. So you have to have that drive.
Well, I'm not sure whether the joy of swimming is gonna make you want to go across.
Okay,
well,
is
there
it
are some people that enjoy swimming so much that they legit train the rest of their entire life to swim across the ocean.
Right. Well,
there's a world record for it.
But see, I think therein lies the argument, is that there's multiple reasons. There's no right reason or wrong reason. The point is, at some point, you're gonna need to learn the fundamentals of how to like upkeep your breathing, maintain pace, and understand like I can get from here to here within the energy of being a human. And that comes with struggling with it, like you were saying. There's no right way to do it. You just have to do it, and I completely agree. Which is how I got here, because I'm very bad at learning. I'm literally the worst person I know at learning, but the only reason that I have learned what I have is because I'm determined to get it at some point, no matter what, even if it literally kills me, which it almost has multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Honestly, the way we talk about it is ironically how shonen protagonists are.
Exactly.
Like Naruto and Goku.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. Well, Goku's a bad example. Mostly Naruto. Like, yeah, sure. He is god awful at learning how to pull off some of these jutsus, but there are points where he almost died doing it. But,
yeah.
I mean,
he still
hasn't.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what I'm saying. But I guess like at the end of the day, it's more like how determined are you to learn this, and how much are you willing to sacrifice of your own sanity to like get there too. Because that's probably the hardest part, is when you feel like there's literally no reason left to keep doing, and you keep doing it just because. I think that's what determines your strength, or your strength of character as like an individual, let alone how important this is to you.
Yeah.
You got the hero zone here. He says, "Oi, oi, oi!
Oi, oi, oi.
What's this is in? That's then. I
I
don't
th-
know what he's
oi,
saying."
oi, 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 what's all these then? Oh, what's all of this then? Okay. Heroes, that's funny. Pogalate, how you doing?
He, that seems like he's either Australian or Jamaican with it.
I think he's just making like silly phrasing out of it. It says, "Be a trailblazer," or Pokalata says, "Be a trailblazer. You'll never be the best if you always follow someone else's footsteps." And to
That is
take
true.
to take a step back, just in case it like sounded this way. I don't know if you struggle with like Jonah art specifically. If you struggle with like what I was saying at all, like particularly you, I hope that didn't like offend you. That wasn't my intention.
Oh, which aspect?
Well, you were saying like doing it the right way, because I completely agree. There are times where I'm like, with animation specifically, because it is embarrassing in a sense, because you animation, you're not just failing with one picture, you're failing with multiple pictures simultaneously in order that people can see that you're bad at. And so, not you, like as an animator, like universally. um and so it's like, yes, but how do you learn? You have to be bad at it a lot at the beginning, and then probably continuously for a long time until you get there. And so that's something that like I struggled with a lot, which is, I think, YouTube and streaming is like a great way to get over that, because people see you fail so often that you stop caring and you just get to work. So I don't know.
The Widowmaker. In terms of that, yeah, I do struggle. I do try to figure out how, and I do take a small break.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's literally someone doing a massive push to shove of unreason. Like, I did have one person commission me, and the way they commissioned me was one of the worst ways to do it,
Mm.
because they, correction, there were two people, not just one. I think it built up, but the recent one was pretty much in the realm of, well, here's my character I want you to draw and design.
Mhm.
Okay. Anything about them?
Oh
No.
no.
here's
That's
the
like the
reference
worst
picture.
nightmare. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Oh yeah, here's this other one, and here's another one. These are reference pictures.
Oh my gosh. That's the worst.
Here's some of the finished work. Well, you see, you did it wrong, because I wanted them to have this with them, and I wanted you to draw them like this, because they're supposed to be this race
Mm-hmm.
from D&D. You know anything about D&D? You know anything about this particular branch?
What race? Like,
What is it? The Underdark version of the Dark Elves, or the Elven race.
oh, okay. I know some D&D because I have a lot of friends that play it, so I've passively heard it. Like the same with comics. I passively absorb this stuff. They're called the Underdark, you said?
Yeah, the Underdark. It's one of the Elven races there.
Oh, okay.
It is just, and I said, oh yeah, the Underdark is basically like a darker version of normal D&D settings, where you have more consequences and you can't just willy-nilly your way out of it.
Right.
No, you're wrong. That's not what it's supposed to be. The Underdark, it has this race, that race, this race, and that race. You're just completely wrong.
Oh my gosh.
Do you even know anything about it? Like,
Oh my
god,
gosh.
aren't you supposed to?
Sorry, go ahead.
No. That was literally, I just zoned out immediately, and I just finished the rest of it.
You're all right. No, I know what you mean though. They're like, how you. It's almost like you said you knew about Dungeons and Dragons. Like they should have these particular features that are important to me, but maybe not like everyone. And so they just assume because you don't know the exact specifications of what they're looking for because they didn't state it, you are put in the place of like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, or you don't know what you're doing, and you're just like, how? You didn't say any of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad.
And that's the second time I was put in the position of with very little stuff to begin with.
Yeah.
So
Well,
like,
Later, Polka.
Coca
but to answer your
latte.
question, in terms of like,
Oh yeah.
what was it? If I struggle to learn and stuff like that, there are things I do struggle to learn with,
Right.
and most of it comes to the method of how you can do the fundamentals, because everyone has a different way of learning the fundamental
Right.
aspects of it.
Right.
Like, for me, what really messes me up is the whole fundamental aspects of you have to do like these steps to get the right way to measure someone's head
Oh right.
or someone's body inside inside the artwork you're doing.
Yeah.
I tried it and it actually messed me up completely. So the next thing I did was just ignore it and do what I usually do, which is more like life drawing style of artwork,
Right.
where I visualize the character and I see it as that character in front of me, as if it was an actual person,
Right.
and just go from there.
You
Like,
al-
for me, I do more life art
Yeah.
type of illustrations,
Mhm.
not actual life art illustration, but more of like that's the way I illustrate any of the works.
Right.
Even for animating, I do have some animations I've done their GIF style, and I want to improve it a lot
Right.
more.
Right.
I do know the fundamentals of those because I did study it ahead of time, and I put them into practice, and it turned out pretty well.
That's awesome.
They need a lot more work. I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, that's never gonna stop being the case. Kind of like what you said earlier, where like we're always amateurs in the way of like we
Yeah.
always have more to learn and more to practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The worst part is when you give up on it. It's when you essentially no longer have a means to continue.
right. Do you feel like that's happened to you?
A couple of times, yes.
Yeah.
And that has to do with how a lot of my personal life went.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't want to get into. I'm being
Yeah.
honest.
Understandably. I wasn't crying or anything.
Yeah. But no. Like, there's one thing Neil deGrasse Tyson said, which is actually true in many ways, and that's you rather be the dumbest person in the room than the smartest one, because you have more room to grow and to learn.
Right.
And that is true in so many regards.
Yeah, I agree. This is looking pretty good. Oh my gosh. The Rock looks like a character from Fortnite for real. Fortnite, The Rock. He probably is at this point. You need any D&D advice, just ask, since that's what I do for a living. Yeah, if you guys haven't yet, check out the Hero Zone. He does a ton of D&D stuff. That's literally what he does.
They destroyed my locator. God damn it! No! I'm going to die.
Language. Oh, this is a PG channel. Well, I guess since we're in your Discord, it's like a little different. So.
Well, if I'm on air on my channel, it's definitely. I try to keep it PG. Some people slip from time to time.
Yeah.
But we are live on your channel, so it's your rules.
Fair enough. But we're also using your Discord, so I was trying to be like.
Yeah. Well, I try to keep my Discord. Don't try and not writing's easier to for all the channels that are writing. You know, it's a lot easier to not use foul language when you're writing.
Mm-hmm.
So you know,
Would if your character, Act 3 in the final fight, and he's like, "This is my final form," that moment where the hero stands up and is like, "I'm so cool. This is me rising out of the ashes." Would he take like a bar that's because I want to have him holding like a pipe connected to a bunch of what is it, like cement, and he's just like looking to bash the dude over the head with it, just like completely obliterate him. Is that within the character's I guess like personality, or is he a lot more kind of reserved?
I would say normally he would need to, but in my third book, there's a scene where I'm not sure whether he grabs it, but I think it's the villain that grabs it,
Mm-hmm.
like a lamppost to hit him with,
Yeah.
and he just sort of takes it off of him. I don't think he uses the back on him, but you know,
Yeah. I see. I see.
I'm sure there could be a reason for him to have something like that in his hands.
Right. Right. Yeah. I want to have him looking like he's ready to throw down. I'm really worried I'm gonna make his shoulders look like puffy dress. Like the when you wear like a shirt or like a not you, but like
Yeah.
yeah, like the puffy, because it's really easy to like give that aesthetic on accident, where it's just like, oh, it looks just like a doesn't look like shoulders, it just looks like a shirt. It's like a little too fluffy.
Well, it's why I think that only happens when you mess up maybe the rest of the arm, because as long as you have the
Yeah,
arm looking, especially the next part of the arm looking like it goes with it,
yeah.
for as round as they may or may not be.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I can see that you haven't got here is his width.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna end up doing that size.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's no problem.
because I don't think it would look right if I did it, because this is still within the confines of my skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by width?
His dude is like the Hulk, whereas I'm drawing him more like, I don't know, I would say a little bit beefier than Superman. He's more just like a really strong boy.
Yeah. You're drawing almost a Batman-esque.
Yeah. Hi, Distracted
Sean.
Desk. How you doing? AKA Perry. He's strong, very strong boy. They call him little strong man. Just kidding. I'm worried that the
Yeah. He's 8 foot tall and built. I'd say
Built
like
like
a
a
brick
brick.
house, but a brick house is small compared to him.
oh my gosh.
Well, it depends on the brick house.
Right.
Man, be built like a Klondike bar.
Dang, that sounds pretty good right now, not gonna lie. Kind of like this better, where the legs are a bit more.
Yeah, it almost looks like a walking pose there.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like coming towards you. He's gonna get you. He's gonna smooch you. It's walking over to give you a nice little smooch.
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
A 5-fingered smooch.
A knuckle smooch witch. Average Lala, if you ask me, but I'm a bit biased. Oh my gosh, she's not a Lalafell. Those are like little toddler potatoes. I like how I was playing like Animal Crossing music for some reason. which doesn't make any sense in this Doom Guy universe.
Doom Guy canonically listens to Animal Crossing music.
That's so true. This head should be a little bit bigger.
Oh, man.
I don't know the proportions of like a head to muscle ratio. I think that's pretty good right there.
Yeah.
This should be like... I think it looked better where the leg was in more, like you said, a walking pose.
The head's a bit too big.
You think it's too big? Alright.
Yeah, just a small bit too big.
Yes.
Bring it down by like 20%. Percentage is worthless in art. It's literally just make it a little bit smaller.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sometimes smaller heads make
The
bodies
muscle.
look bigger.
Yeah, it's contrast. Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate it. Kind of have it leaning a little bit too.
Yeah, 8 foot tall, built like a brick house. He's not so, heck, even before he got in the suit, he's not somebody you wanted to mess with.
Oh, fair enough. Make this.
Hi, distracted desk dweller.
Oh no, now he's got like a hip sway. Oh baby. Nah. get rid of
Gangsta! Gangsta shield.
Yeah. There we go, that's better. It's literally just that one thigh. Because of all that muscle, it has to overlap. Guess this could actually be over too.
And for anybody watching, this is my original character.
Yeah, sorry.
The third of my original character that he's drawing.
This
He's
is
a
my
Canadian
OC,
kid.
please don't steal. You're like,
Seriously? Disconnected.
oh, sorry man.
Client side DC. Ugh.
This could be lower.
Berserker quality animation right here says,
Oh, thank you. I
Cheers.
appreciate that. I have this literally like... It's like part of the street, maybe like has some like... Oh my gosh. Look at all that cement. Like he's got a hammer almost.
it's hammer time!
Get rid of that now.
A reference the Canadian Shield will not probably ever know.
Yeah, right. This is just like Undertale.
Undertale when the protagonist has a gun.
See, that's the only Undertale I know.
How you draw a bit, move it back a bit, so then you can get more of the leg. And
Yeah. Gonna have an anime girl pose. I'm trying to get the walk right, because like you said, it almost looked like he was walking, but if I don't get it right, it just looks like he's standing, which would ruin the whole purpose of like this Dutch angle that I want. Yeah.
72 I am new frog says, "Damn, look at them!"
Yeah.
Now, are you talking on the drawing or
me?
on all the?
He's talking about me, me the streamer. Oh, ooh la la.
Very picture says, drawing bulky dudes is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a while to get used to it. You know, I created the character and it still took me a while to get the proportions that I was wanting
Right.
when I was drawing them. I think what helped was tracing the Hulk a few times.
Yeah, references are everything in my opinion. Too bad I'm not using them right now, because that could help a lot. I'm trying to feel out the character right now more than like get it accurate.
Yeah.
Which I could do next.
Frog says, definitely the streamer.
There we
For
go. For the compliment. Yeah, that's funny. There we go, that's better.
Yeah, I just, in the middle of remastering the first issue, I just finished up a page today on doing that.
Okay.
Put it up as a short video, in like time lapse, or speed up, however you want to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Speed art.
Oh, yeah. Like a speed painting or... Guess it would have to look like he's holding it up. So then this would actually be down if he's gonna hold it up on the other side. This would be up. Look at these big old sausage arms.
Yeah.
Yummy, yummy sausage.
24-inch python. Okay, probably more like.
I didn't know
40
Morrow had that.
Probably more like 40-inch.
Yeah.
48-inch python.
Right. This to be like broken too, the pipe. Maybe. Is there blood in your comic or no? Is it
Yeah,
just
there
like
can be.
bashing?
There,
Okay.
I did a little bit of blood on the villain this time after he got hit
Okay.
a couple times.
Okay.
Blood in my Christian book? How dare you?
There was definitely no
actually
blood or killing in the Bible. Wait a
Yeah,
second.
God never killed anyone.
I don't think when God killed anybody there was actually any blood, but you know, when he had people kill people,
Definitely blood. To be fair, I don't think God himself directly killed anyone. He might have given the commands to.
Actually, God has caused many mass murderers and genocides.
Well, like the angels of death were the ones that killed, or the flood of water. But God directly never came down and was like, "You're dead." As far as I know. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
well, maybe not coming down, but there
Right.
might have been one or two that were.
This needs to be bigger.
Depends, I guess, how you define it, because he did send the fire and stuff down for like Sodom and Gomorrah.
But was that him, like, by his hand, or was it by his
Yes,
command?
that was by his hand.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Should be heavier. How to make heavyweight. Maybe this could be like...
Oh, going on the topic of D&D.
Oh, yeah.
I actually did, mostly because Overwatch is taking a while to load back up.
Okay.
I do have a few characters I made, and the archetype I like to play more of is the rogue, but I don't go with the atypical rogue that just steals constantly.
Right. What do you do?
I mostly use them more in line with, like, what is it? With more like how you closer to how ninjas usually operate, where it's mostly taking info gathering, stealing stuff that's necessary for the missions and for what our group would need.
Oh, okay.
And not picking fights that are above the pay grade I have, even though I could have magical items and gear on me.
Yeah.
It's best not to get into the fight to begin with.
So it's more like
Someone
an efficiency intelligence thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So I need to put the size into those. So I do go into that realm.
Right.
And I mostly play as like a supportive type role.
Mm-hmm.
But because of how one of my friends usually has her D&D settings, I can't really do that, nor try to come up with creative out-of-the-box thinking.
Okay.
Or any of that. If it's not stated in the rules, you can never do that.
Oh, very like specific. I see.
Yeah. One example: knocking an arrow after covering it in a fabric that I ripped off of my own cloak, after drenching it in oil to light it on fire.
Right.
I cannot do that. That's not considered to her or in the rules that were listed as, modified or improvised weapons.
Right.
And there is no fire damage, but there's fireball.
Right.
And it literally just went to a slog that I just started doing the whole atypical rogue of. I'm just stealing this guy's wallet. I'm just gonna steal this guy's keys.
Right. It's funny. I'm gonna do the funny. That's usually like the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, like there is no real consequence.
Right.
There is none of that, and there is no form of creative thinking
Right.
if it's not in the rule.
Right.
Nor the whole aspect of you just coming up with some ludicrous, crazy, stupid idea, such as putting a mortar on top of your group, on top of your party's entire tavern or inn, just for the sake that your character got bored.
Right.
And it could be an interesting area for plot and story. It never went anywhere.
Right.
You right back. I'm gonna go grab something to drink.
Okay.
Yeah, so and it usually goes like that, and it got very boring.
Yeah.
And I nearly quit D&D because of it, but because of my other friend that was there, because of all the homebrew stuff, this is taking too long to turn off the Xbox.
Nice.
Because they were there and they make homebrew stuff, and I played with them and played a couple times. I didn't actually quit D&D because of them.
Right.
But the other one nearly made me do it.
Yeah. That's understandable. I mean, it's like, what's the point if, like, the whole point of D&D is to be creative within the confines of this, like, rule set. But if the rule set stops that creativity, then obviously, like, what's the point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense.
Then I went and asked, because she didn't want to DM once.
Right.
And I asked if I could be the dungeon master just to try it out. I set up. It took me a week to come up with the idea that I did, and to get the right monsters and creatures in it for our party to set up a story, a story thread, an adventuring line that we could actually follow up, and it could be exciting, and each of us can take turns, improving the story.
Right.
Because D&D is a collaborative story effort, right?
Right.
So the monsters I chose were direwolves.
Okay.
And goblins, with a goblin general being the one in charge.
Okay.
Our group has been out, has finished an entire quest line, which is true. We got done finishing one quest. We're just going to a carnival, having a good old time, a field day. And like every single aspect of that to begin with. And we're going to be...
The Hero Zone says, thanks for not giving up on the hobby after you had a bad experience. Because Hero Zone does a ton of D&D stuff, so he gets it. But yeah, continue.
Thanks. No, so it's basically going into that realm where we're essentially going to be caught off guard, and I do make it, and I do ask everyone like what they're going to do in the carnival. There's literally, it is a medieval fair, let's be honest. So you have drinking, archery, tomfoolery. You literally have the jesters, you have knights, you have jousting. You have so many options that you can pick and choose from. And she just essentially almost did nothing and just copied what what our friend said they were going to do. Right. So not really coming up with anything creative for what her character's doing.
Right.
So when the time came and it started getting dark, I try to accentuate and get a creative feel for narrate how the feeling is of basically a unsettling aura that's arising, that there is more than just the sunset. It's now a crimson haze, smoke rising, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Getting the atmosphere set up for, oh God, what is happening, and are we going to get attacked? The answer is yes, you're getting attacked.
Hmm.
Citizens are running. The party has been drinking at the end of the day.
Hmm.
So it's more reasonable for them to run a bit, because all the dire wolves are easy enough to take care of, but because of the whole pack system and pack mentality, they could easily, you can deal with one, but dealing with 2, 3, 4, it is a death sentence.
Hmm.
So, and because the characters are drunk, I didn't take that into account, I'm gonna be honest, but if I did, it would be a lot harder to do and it would have gotten the point across. But
Right.
they basically were supposed to run, and I did say that you guys would be, and because I said this as I established it, you guys will be running, you can fight while you're running.
Hmm.
You don't need to waste that kind of movement step at all while doing these sorts of things.
Right.
So, what would be some of your first moves if you're going to be running, and in what direction? I suggest leaving,
Hmm.
because there's a goblin general and there are dire wolves, because one of them acts what they see. 10 dire wolves, 20 goblins, 1 goblin general. The first thing is, why did you pick dire wolves? Why did you pick goblins? Why did you pick a goblin general? You do realize we're under level for all of this. Like, you should have actually picked the right level difficulty for us to deal with.
Hmm. Well, isn't the point to like just run, like as part of the kind of story? Because I think it's kind of like a Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, right? Where it's like in the beginning, it's like literally Frodo versus ring wraiths, which are like the most OP, thing. It's like you could create anything out of a narrative if the narrative is played correctly. So I get it.
Yeah.
But I guess they were giving you like issues over it, this group.
Yeah, it's basically the whole thing of, why did you put 10 dire wolves?
Right.
We're under level. We can't take 10 on.
Right.
There's 20 goblins. Why do you have 20 goblins?
Yeah.
And there's a goblin general. Why is there a goblin general? Did you even bother looking into the monster handbook? The dungeon master guide?
Right. That's just to me at least, that's just like a key point of if someone's going to be this difficult surrounding something like D&D, I would either not invite them, or I would just not be a part of a D&D group with that person, because that's literally the reason I don't play D&D. Is it's like it's so based on the people that it's involved with that the game could be as good as it can be, but that's always going to be limited by the people you play with. So it's like, yeah, it's so hard to find people that are, like chill about it. Because I have a really good friend that runs D&D campaigns like every Sunday, and during the let's just say the lockdown, I was a part of it for like a couple weeks. But one of the guys in his group was like really anal about rules and stuff, and I'm like, I've literally never played D&D. Like, I don't even know what I could do in a turn. I'm just trying to learn the game and like hang out with you guys because you wanted me to be here. So I'm like, but he was being like such a butthole about it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, like chill out. It's just Dungeons and Dragons. Like, how are you taking a literal game where you have to wait and just say what you're doing, then roll some dice so seriously? But that's just how people are. They get like so invested in. It's not you can't really necessarily blame a person because their psychology has different goals than yours does. So it's like they don't view things the same way you do. So like it's important to them that it's within the confines that they understand are important, whereas you have a different set of confines that are important in contrast to theirs. So that'll always be in conflict just based on the individual. So it's something you just like, if it bothers you that much, like it bothered me, so I was just like, I'm just not gonna play D&D with them anymore, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But if you're like really interested in, you know, like, but I want to play D&D with them, then it's like, well, then how do we make this a situation where you both can win, even when they're kind of like trying to make you lose through their psychology.
Yeah.
Not to go on a tangent.
Yeah. No, but you heard what I established as like one of the rules set currently, right?
Yeah.
You can run, it's not taking up any actions, right?
Right.
So when I said, okay, as you guys are running, because this is the next turn, you guys are going to be heading towards the exit, and it's 100 feet away. So the direwolves are giving haste, and they're lobbing, you know, like fireballs and all that, or flame breath of some kind, you know, making it dramatic. It was literally the next turn for everyone, and she interrupted saying, wait, we're running? You never said any of that.
Oh my gosh.
You said that we're running? I never even said I was running. I'm just standing there.
Right. Well.
Okay, if you're just standing there, then you can get hit.
You're more than welcome to die and make a new character. I don't mind.
I would, but I'm trying to make it fit into the previous one, and like, oh, okay, so I then go to my other friend and ask, like, you're close to them, so what are you gonna do? Oh, well, I'll just take the hit for them and actually stab the direwolf.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And your character? Oh, because my barbarian is right close to the direwolf, I'm going to smack them with the hammer.
Right.
And your other one? Oh, they'll do what his character did. They'll take an arrow and fire at the closest direwolf. So I had to retcon it to the exit is 60 feet away. And we spent an hour trying to get to the exit and come back. I literally had my character run to the exit and not partake in it just because this is taking too long.
Right.
And it went like that throughout the entire night.
Never again.
There were other sessions that happened, similar story, not with me DMing, but with what I said earlier of lack of creativity, lack of freedom, and trying to be imaginative.
Right.
Because they said to what is it? What was it again? Improvised weapon. That's what it is. It's a 1d4 damage, or 1d2 or something of that nature. So I just said, why not give that to the flaming arrow? The argument is you can't because it's not an improvised weapon. But what about fire damage? Can it be the damage of the improvised weapon? You can't because there's no fire damage. And an improvised weapon is basically a stick, a twig, a quarterstaff, the stool, a shoe.
I see.
Those are some improvised weapon, and in the rules it says such as, but not limited to, these types of things.
Right.
You can use improvised weapons like these, a lot of things can be improvised, and with that rule set of them being so essentially anal about the rules, being a rule goblin.
Yeah. The rule goblin, I love that.
Yeah,
She's the rule
it's like
goblin.
a dice goblin but for rules.
Yeah, I love it.
But when you look at the fact that I do play my rogue more like a ninja, and I do see a lot of stuff that can be used as an improvised tool or improvised weapon, right? A shovel, a stick, a twig, the coin, your fingernail, the cloth.
Did you say the cloth or the claw?
It's the cloth. I thought it was the claw for a second too, but I was like, no,
yeah.
it's the claw.
Sorry.
No,
the
you're good.
Cloth, like fabrics.
Yeah.
Those could be improvised weapons. And one of the things that ninjas do is everything can be a weapon.
Yeah.
So that kind of ruined my whole mood towards everything else. Like, because I was going to fire the arrow towards one of the goblins, either catch them on fire or scare them off.
Right.
I don't care about the kill because I want to sneak into the cave, which the cave is 60 feet in front of me.
Yeah.
There's 2 guards, 2 goblins, one on each side of the cave. They cannot see me, I could see them, and they wouldn't let me do it. So I honestly don't know what to do at that point. I think the session just ended and we didn't continue or do anything else.
I see. Understandably.
Yeah.
Well, now you know.
Like, okay, it says improvised weapons, you know. Okay, let me just roll to see whether I can do this.
Yeah.
I haven't played it much. Well,
I could have said that, but they most likely would have just said no.
Yeah, they would have said something dumb. Just to be buttholes. Poopy buttholes.
I've played, I think, D&D once, and we didn't get through the whole campaign. And then with my buddy Metal, who was on my channel, we've done part of a full campaign. We're eventually, hopefully, going to get back to it for Final Fantasy.
Ooh.
Nice.
Final Fantasy da.
Is role playing, of course, not so.
Good.
Not the actual video game, but
right. I'm super into the video game. But go ahead.
Yeah, we did, and most of those are, if not all of them, the campaign, the stuff. It was live on my channel, or live on his channel on the Vomitorium.
Right.
Nice.
We started out by doing sessions that were about 2 hours, and then we ended up getting to sessions that were 6 or 7 hours, 8 hours.
Oh jeez Louise, that's the good stuff. Did you drink a lot of Mountain Dew? The classic.
Well, because at first, everybody's schedule was a little tighter, and then,
right.
they sort of just opened up and up and up.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
Well, a bunch of us was first learning because like I said, it was my second time doing that type of the role-playing thing. So, and then learning a totally different system than the D&D, which was like 2 or 3 years before that, so don't really remember a lot.
Right.
But it was fun. I can't wait till we get back to it.
Yeah.
I'm really envious of Hero Zone. He's got his own like gaming store too. So sick.
Cool.
He's still supposed to send me some anime figurines from there. I think that would be so fun to own your own comic book store. It's just like Big Bang Theory. It's really not. I'm sure there's like a lot of work that goes into it. It's probably super exhausting.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Maybe almost like just any other business, except you'd like the product.
Yeah, you enjoy the product a lot more.
And unless you want to keep it, you could just, for yourself, you could read the product and put it back on the shelf.
Oh, you're one of those cheetahs. Big cheetah, big cheetah. Literally.
Hey, it's there to read and you're not doing anything, right? Well,
Right.
hopefully the store's busy enough that you don't have time to read.
Right. Yeah, right. It always seems so chill when you go into like a comic book store and there's nobody in there and they're just like leaning on the counter. I'm just like, man, I want a job where I literally do nothing all day. No, I would hate that. I would go crazy. I have to be active. I'm like way too ADD.
The guy from the Big Bang Theory, he was an artist. He should have drawn all day,
Yeah.
Sell his artwork right there, all the fan art.
Right, I agree. That's what I would be doing. Stuart, yeah. I always thought like that was so cool, but I'm like, why isn't he just constantly drawing? But that's not the point. It's not a show about some dude being an artist. It's just like background stuff.
Yeah, 10 of the 12 seasons of that.
Yeah, I love that show. It's like one of my chicken soup shows. Oh, go ahead.
I gotta get the other 2 seasons.
Yeah. My brother buys all that stuff on Amazon, so I just watch it on there.
Yeah.
Oh, I need thigh muscle now. Anatomy.
Well, there was a place in the downtown area that I used to live called Cheapies. It was started out as a record store, but they also sold used DVDs and they sold some new ones and games and that stuff too.
You're going in the right direction with the thighs, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like spirals like this, and then this is like that fat part that you always see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a bit of a muscular split in the center.
Like
for
right
the
here?
thigh. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So it would be like fat like that, and then like this, maybe?
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you can even see on the Superman drawing right there.
Oh, okay, I see. So it's like a knee, and then it has kind of like...
Yeah. There's like
Kind of goes like this.
3-4 different muscular groups there connected to like 5 different tendons.
Right. It's kind of like this. The thing is, like, I know your dude doesn't wear any, like, the Superman underwear. I just did it because it helps with the anatomy when you draw, like, the chonies, like this guy. It really helps understand, like, the pelvic bone.
Yeah.
So,
I
It's easy to
mean-
erase later.
right.
I mean, you could just keep it as like a detail towards like the actual suit not being more like a suit of armor.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, like how the New 52 has it, where yes, you don't have the underwear detailing, but it's still implied as like armor.
Yeah. It's funny, me in my room... Oh, go ahead. What did it say? Oh. I guess I'll just keep going. I was gonna say, me and my roommate, we watched, like, these bodybuilders. Because we're both, like, we're pretty beefy dudes, right? We weigh, like, 230 plus, because we're 6'2", both of us. And we're just super wide. So we watch a lot of bodybuilders because we're like, oh, you know, we want to be shapely like that. They look so cool.
Yeah.
and what's it called? So these guys, they look fat. They look like so thick and fat, but when you see the interviews with like them and their wife or like their girlfriend, they're like, what is it like hugging them? And she's like, you would think that it's like hugging like a big pillow, but they're so strong that all of that, what seems like fat, is just muscle. And anything that is fat is literally just like excess protein that's being eaten still. Because they have to eat so often, so many calories, so much protein, that they even have to wake up like mid-sleep to consume more, or their body will consume itself. And it's so crazy, but it's like, she's like, yeah, it's like hugging a brick wall. It's like putting your arms around like the walls of your house. Because it's like all that muscle is so solid. And I just think that's so crazy. It's like so cool. Like how intense your body can get if you just subject it to super intense training, right? So interesting. I love
Insert every shonen character.
Yeah, right.
Hello, Pete Sauce.
Hey, Pete Sauce, how you doing, bud? Thanks for joining. I appreciate it.
Hey, pizza's here.
Vine Sauce here. So funny. Should make his maybe this a little bit louder.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to like the to artwork and all that, for like illustrating a character in your own style and all that, it is always different from the original because it is your own take.
Right.
And it because Cross said that the suit Canadian Shield wears is more like a power suit.
Yeah.
For me, I would personally add a few detailings that would show it to be
Like
still being more like a spandex suit. It's like the small little detailings will imply that it's a suit that's for military purpose, or
it would have like almost plating on it, kind of like Captain America, or like a scale. Yeah.
Yeah, something along that scale, but similar to the New 52, it's just to imply that it's a suit that's meant to protect you as well as give you superhuman strength.
Yeah, so it almost have like the like cyber wiring that you'd see, where it's like almost lined into the suit, where it enhances your muscle structure and maybe like the exoskeleton of the suit itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. For me, I'll make it subtle because I don't want to get rid of the simplistic spandex superhero look.
Right. I agree.
It looks like spandex, but it's not really spandex.
Right. It's like it's enhanced.
Some form of yeah.
It's like
because,
it's like a synth weave or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lore details can be different.
The crazy thing is, the suit is created because the Canadian government sees him in the suit, so they start, trying to figure out a way to make the suit that they see this guy wearing, yet it's going to be the suit that they end up making.
Yeah.
It's going to be his.
Right.
Grandfather paradox.
Yeah. It was
now,
me.
if he never wore the suit, then the suit was never made. But if the suit was never made, then he would never wear it. So therefore, the Canadian government had to make it before he wore it, and when he wore it, they had to make it.
Right.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Good thing God's in charge to make sure this goes all right.
Right.
I honestly would just say there's two timelines: the original where Canada just made the suit, and then the main one where it loops around.
Oh, it's just looped around.
Yeah.
For me, anyways. Well, there might be out in the multiverse one where no,
Yeah.
he would have had to wear it, but the guy that was supposed to wear it never gets it. I was gonna say there might be one where the guy that was supposed to wear it, according to the Canadian government, actually gets it. But
So this finger would be like this.
yeah, I just like those interwoven things like
Narratives.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, one thing has to happen for the other to happen.
Right.
It seems like a time paradox, but hey, it was supposed to happen. It was always going to happen because God wanted it to happen.
Right. Sovereignty.
The thing I just thought of for the guy is maybe the next suit he gets is just called the Maple Shield.
Well, he doesn't. This is going to be, if I hopefully ever get to it, he's actually going to. The guy that was supposed to get it's going to find a source of time travel back, and then steal the suit off the Canadian shield.
Have you ever thought about not to like digress, but have you ever thought about, because you draw a lot of comic stuff, being hired by a writer to just, I mean, you probably like making your own stories, so I understand that, but like drawing for them to make money as like a living, unless that's just not something you care about.
Sort of, but actually, again, somebody that was in my chat last night, I'm not sure whether you've seen him, Timothy Olsen.
Mm-hmm.
He hired me to do the inking on his book, Melvin #3.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So I've done that, and then there's another guy. He wasn't in the chat or anything. Dark Khan, short for conversation.
Oh, that's cool.
I believe
It's a very dark conversation. Got him.
He's actually hired me to do his book. He has all the thumbnails done up, so.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes right now it's more interpreting some of the stuff that's in his thumbnails. He
Mm-hmm.
doesn't really have a script, so
Right.
I'm actually having to get some of the, like I'm trying to draw some of the stuff in the panels. I'm like, I have no idea what I'm drawing
Right.
half the time.
Right. I getcha.
So I've asked for some. Okay, I need this, and this at all the angles, so I know exactly what I'm drawing.
Right.
Like he has this one ship being fired at. There's the smoke screen behind it from the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Like hitting the ship, but I have no idea what the ship is in front of it that's getting fired, and you can see some details of it. So it's like, okay, I want to draw that ship in full there, and then take it all, out via the smoke, or what I need to take out via the smoke screen or whatever. Well, not smoke screen, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
The debris and the explosion or whatever.
Right.
No, I get it. That is a bit annoying, not having the full references you need.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons that you reference a lot of photography, or at least are supposed to as like an artist, is so that when you don't have like the correct information, you could just kind of go off of what's standard, what's like more realistic.
Yeah. Unfortunately, all these spaceships that he's created are his own creation, so.
You should have gone into space and taken pictures. I'm just kidding. Like, please.
And hello, Summer Bliss.
Hi, Summer Bliss. Welcome back, friend.
Yeah.
Oh, going back in. I hear it.
makeshift tomahawk.
Oh, does it?
Half joking.
Yeah.
Or axe, whatever, except
Yeah.
for the fine end.
Yeah. I just want it to look like really brutal.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, I guess it could be a claw hand.
Yeah. It's got just like a
Without
bunch
the
of.
claw.
I guess this should be a bit wider right
Oh,
here.
it's alright. It's alright.
No, I'm offended. I'm just kidding.
I'm not sure whether I'm teasing.
you're just making comments. I get it. You're good. I appreciate it. That's why I'm trying to have more people on in call while I draw. Recently.
You know, one thing that kind of ruins a bit of the immersion when it comes to like some superhero stuff is when I like to call it the Superman issue. Not sure if that is a real thing or not in fiction, but primarily in hero works. But it's basically the character has way too much power for the stories that in one issue you do see them struggling up against, I don't know, some random guy with a gun driving at, highway speed.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, like no more than 2 issues later, they are talking to their pal, and all of a sudden, well, they just left for one panel, came back, and then said, "Oh yeah, I had to take care of like this, simple threat of some guy robbing a bank."
Right.
Oh well, let's continue the conversation.
Right.
So if it takes them, was essentially like less than 1 to 5 seconds, then why did they struggle with the guy that's just driving at highway speed?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's always going to be the case. You can never kind of cover everything. Like I said, it's more just like what is a story about, and then you kind of like use everything else as like set dressing for that story, because it's not really about superheroes. It's about people, but it's in the aesthetic of superheroes, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
But when it comes down to that, it is very much mind-boggling that they struggled with just some random person that just walked on the streets, stole a car, and drove it on the highway.
Right.
When they did the exact same thing, and it took less than 5 seconds.
Right.
And then in the next issue, they're now fighting, I don't know, some guy that's going to crush the entire world they're living on.
Right.
And then the next issue, they're literally just relaxing.
Yeah.
And it's their off day. But the issue after that, they're struggling again against some random creature that is no powerful than the guy with the handgun.
Yeah.
A lot of these things don't stay consistent like that in TV and movies, even without, even not in superhero type stuff. It's like I'm gonna hopefully try and stay consistent.
Yeah,
As consistent as you can. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could establish ahead of time, which this would make life so much easier for a lot of people and give them such less of a headache, that none of the characters fight at 100%, because 1, it does make the story boring. 2, you can have it that they don't want collateral damage to begin with. Or they want to stay on the world they're living on.
Right.
Like there's many ways. Like they're suppressed, they're not taking me seriously, they're doing X, Y, Z. But no, having them. But if it's in the middle of a conversation of a serious topic between 2 friends, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, give me a second. Leaves, come back, it kind of ruins the pacing a bit of the conversation they're having if it's very serious. That's another thing. That isn't just the power scaling; it's the means
Storytelling.
a bit of the storytelling. Like, this conversation isn't that serious if the guy is saying, "Give me 1 minute," leaves, comes back.
I've only been fighting at 10% of my power. It looks like I'll have to get serious now. You're talking about Scooby-Doo, aren't you? I think it was Scooby-Doo that had the age-old quote of "Let it go."
So yeah. Honestly, I do want to see how far you're going to take the entire comic series, but I'm also curious if you actually wrote down like at least a guideline to know where you're going, or you're just going to do what mangakas usually do, and that's right by the seat of your pants.
Just go, 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 go. To be fair, mangakas work like 18 hours a day, and then they sleep like 1 hour, and then they get up and do it again for like 30 years, and then they die.
It's more like 20 hours.
Oh, jeez Louise. You're like, actually, Pilfer? It's 20 hours.
So, are you talking about me, where I'm gonna take stuff?
Yeah.
I have some minor plans. Like, I know for about the first 18 issues, you know, of Canadian Shield, who's gonna fight, where he's gonna be, a basicness in that way of what's happening, you know. And I have that for several of my characters. Maybe not up to 18, but maybe up to like, well, progressing down.
Yeah.
Each.
One of
then,
the
like, I have some events that I know are going to happen at certain points in my comic universe.
Yeah, here's a bit of advice when it comes down to creating comic works. Even though you think you need 18 to finish the story, double it.
Oh, wow.
That way you got enough wiggle room in case you can't fit it all in 18 chapters.
That's not to finish it. It's meant to be going, hey, Jeff.
Hey.
I didn't know once to go to Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff Potts is in the panel with us. Just so you know, Jeff, we are on Pilfer Puff's channel.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
And he's,
I'll bump out.
No, you're good.
No,
You're welcome to
it's
stay.
all right. It's all right.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know ahead of time. And he is drawing the Canadian Shield, or
Yeah.
his version of the Canadian Shield.
Yeah. It's a little bit
It's called
different.
Canadian bulk.
The Canadian heart nipple.
I just thought I'd let you know because I figured you would think we were automatically on my channel.
Oh my god. Dude, no, zoom back in on that chest. God damn it, not the bat nipples.
Language. Yeah.
But how are you, Jeff?
I'm hanging in there. I think
That's
we can get
good.
back to that.
Jeff here is a writer.
Oh.
He has his own book novel out. He's working on his second one.
That's awesome. What is it about?
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called The Wizard's Stone.
That's awesome.
It's actually I actually submitted the ebook to Amazon like about an hour ago.
That's so cool. So
Yeah, and then you have the one. You have the one before that.
The Revenant and the Tomb.
Oh, that's awesome. Wait, so is it the same series?
No, they're two separate books. But they're
Okay.
all based in the same world.
Now this doesn't remove from the fact that you wrote a book, but do you plan to have an Audible for it? Because I listen to Audible books all the time, and I would love to listen.
There's an Audible for The Revenant and the Tomb.
Oh, that's awesome! I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it so we can
Okay.
talk about it. That's so sick. Because I actually have credits, and I love when other people write stuff. But like, writing a book is it's like a lifetime achievement, and the fact that you've done two, that's so cool. It's awesome.
I've actually got The Remnant and the Tomb. I've listened to it. It is a great book. I find it really great, anyways.
Oh, The Revenant. Oh, here it is. H.P. Hunter, right?
Yeah, Herman P. Hunter. That's his pen name.
I'm gonna get it right now. There it is. Success.
I'm leaving. I'm not waking up that Evo. You better not do that.
That's awesome, man. The art for it's
Thanks.
really cool too.
Thank you. Yeah, I get a lot of compliments on that.
That's great.
On the cover.
Dang, I'm excited. I'm gonna listen to it at work on what's it called, on Friday. Because that's why I buy books specifically, so I'm entertained at work.
Yeah, everybody's listened to it has been really complimentary about the audiobook.
Positive. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I had a guy in England. He did the narration, and he nails it 100%.
That's so cool. That's great. What other books do you read that you like?
J.R. Tolkien.
Of course.
Robert E. Howard. I'm a big Lovecraft fan.
Oh, okay.
And
have you ever
a lot of the old stuff?
Have you ever read The Black Prism? Brent Weeks.
No.
Oh, I recommend it. It's really good. It's basically like color magic, and it's in like kind of like Middle East kind of, but it's very much kind of like Lord of the Rings meets what has like Merlin. It's like Lord of the Rings meets Merlin, which I guess
Arthurian.
Yeah, it's like very Arthurian. I recommend it just because Brent Weeks is like an absolutely fantastic writer, and he has a way. After listening to a lot of books at work, because like I could just listen to them all day while I'm making ice cream, basically. So I realized that the author dictates whether or not, regardless of the scenario, how grand or great or fun you'd think it would be, could be absolutely garbage if the author is not good at making it interesting. So you can have something that's very simple be super fun, or you can have something that's incredibly grandiose be super boring. And what I like about Brent Weeks' writing is he has a lot of different characters that are easy to follow along with, but they're always going somewhere, doing something. They're like moving constantly from like wherever location they are to somewhere else. And he kind of weaves all those characters in and out to like the greater narrative, obviously. But
yeah, I mean that's kind of like I think that's what a lot of people lose, especially in fantasy, is they're so busy trying to world build,
yes,
but they don't understand that your first priority is your first task is to not bore the reader.
Exactly. And so I love, I mean, it probably sounds super cheesy, but my favorite book is Ready Player One. And there's plenty of world building, and like I love the world building, but I like it's like such a simple story, but it's so fun because there's always something going on, and the characters are always like interacting with one another in a way that's like kind of realistic. In The Black Prism, the characters are very realistic, but they all hate each other. So it's like there's always like some tea going on, and it's so good. But it's also within the narrative of or within the confines of this really intricate magic system of like the colors and stuff and what they can do, what happens when you combine them. You know, like if you have this magic, they literally create their cities using it, because you can use it to create like blocks of stuff.
You know, what I try to do in matter of fact, I kind of discussed magic more in this upcoming book, which is The Wizard's Stone.
Mm-hmm.
I try to discuss it more, and I put it in a framework of, it's more of Judeo-Christian type of setting.
That's Black Prism as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, and what I try to do is, number one, I don't like magic being up front a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like it in the background.
Right.
I like to keep it more arcane and mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I kind of try and do a lot of stuff I wouldn't say off screen, but not directly right in your face, and not describe it too well.
Yeah.
So it always keeps that aura of mystery.
Right. That's awesome.
I'll be right back. I need to get something to drink.
Yeah, no worries. That's so cool. I do not know how to draw rib muscles.
Yeah,
You're doing
using
fine.
using my Discord, you get a whole bunch of people on that you didn't know that you'd get on.
Well, that's another reason why I wanted to do it on yours and not mine, is because I'm like, you have like I said, your group knows a lot more about comics than my group does. And
Yeah.
so, and also my group is a lot younger because all my stuff is more tailored towards like a younger audience.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'd have that going on. I like how I'm playing like Steven Universe love music while drawing this guy who's got like a bloodied concrete hammer.
You're not the only one that plays some music that doesn't fit the mood.
Right.
I literally had like a talk of basically things I would not say on here,
Yes, thank you.
with a few characters that me and my friends created for a story.
Mm-hmm.
And and one of the music was kind of upbeat and lively for the things that were being
Oh,
said.
I
So,
see. That's funny.
ironically, matched because how the characters are, they're a little unhinged. So
Right.
having that kind of music play sort of fits, but it doesn't really.
Yeah, I see. It's funny.
See, probably the hardest part of this drawing is something you haven't done yet.
Uh-oh. The feet?
No,
What?
the maple leaf.
Oh, yeah. I might simplify it to just this. But we'll see. I mean, I could do that in like the coloring
Hit the
specifically
wrong target.
after.
Oh no.
Got him.
I'm just teasing you.
No, I know. Well,
The
you
maple-
go ahead.
I still have trouble getting it right at times.
It's a very intricate maple leaf.
Yeah. It's the maple leaf of
If you want to know, I
justice.
nano boosted the Mercy.
Oh, it was either her or Lucia.
No, I dude, the past few games I literally nano boosted the wrong person
Yeah, that's
because they got in front of me.
it's literally like every time I play over Ogre Watch. Ogre Watch, yeah. It's a game about ogres. It's like a Pokemon Snap, but you take pictures of ogres. It's so dumb. Puffer, please. Trying to have a serious conversation here. No, that's awesome. The book. Can't wait to listen to it and then discuss it, because that's gonna be
It's
great.
over between 4 and 5 hours.
Oh, nice. Good amount.
Okay, time to run my friend's Audible account so I can listen to it.
Yeah.
Is it on Audible or
Yeah.
just Amazon, Jeff?
He said the first one was, not the second one yet, I think.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah,
Jeff
I
or
got-
Jeff?
Jeff or Herman.
My name is Jeff.
Herman P. Hunter is his pen name.
Oh no, I'm just saying that because of the whole GIF or GIF.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm actually really enjoying this picture. I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it looks...
I don't see manslaughter in the background. What's up with that?
Who's manslaughter?
A man that just chops a bunch of meat.
Oh, you mean like you're saying I want to see like somebody getting manslaughtered in the background. I see.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a character. I'm like, I don't know who that is.
It'll be hilarious if someone actually made a character called that.
I mean, it's a good name, honestly. I don't know why there isn't one
Yeah.
yet.
There
Yeah.
might be. I think I might have heard of one with that name, but I'm not 100%
No, I miss.
sure.
The song is actually pretty fitting for what I'm drawing here. You want this to be bigger? Yes. Now this is like all coming together. So sick. I love when you start drawing and you're like, it's all right, and then eventually like, yes, it's so good. I am good at this skill. I'm not a fake. Right, guys? Right?
There.
You're like,
You
yeah.
say so.
Oh, so hurtful. It's so funny. He doesn't have like a mouth on yours. Oh, I kind of like this, like the lines for the mouth.
Yeah, it's a full face mask.
Yeah. Guy has a hard time breathing.
My question is, how does he even speak?
Like everybody else. I was gonna say maybe it's a bit muffled. I don't know.
It'll be hilarious if that was the case.
Yeah. A few of my people have full face masks. My characters. Hello, Joel.
Hey, Joel. I'm Joelito Del Burrito. It's good to see you as always, bud. Oh, he does have, like, these shoes.
Yeah, boots. Go to just below his knees.
How do shin muscles work? Shin
They
muscles.
hold the leg up.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my god.
They're very shinny.
Oh,
Shin
I
for
was
you.
waiting for that. I was waiting for someone to make that comment. You fool!
Oh, they just shin for you.
Oh, thank you.
You thought it was the buckler the whole time, but no, it was me, Canadian Shield.
All along. Is that one of your villains' names, the Buckler?
Well, sort of. But the buckler is my Canadian Shield inspired a friend of mine, John Dillard, to end up creating his own character, the buckler,
Mm-hmm.
who basically, and I've lent him the Canadian Shield for his universe.
Oh, that's cool.
But basically, the buckler is somebody that wanted to be the Canadian Shield sidekick.
Oh, okay.
And the Canadian Shield was in his town of Winnipeg, you know, checking him out
Yeah.
and all that as a hero. And he ends up fumbling this rescue, and a woman almost gets killed, and the Canadian Shield basically just
I like that.
puts him down.
Right.
Maybe puts him down a little too.
It like hurts his
stronger.
feelings by saying like you're not cut out for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. That's a really good story arc.
So he ends up leaving town. Well, some women end up seeing him this and end up laughing at him.
Oh no.
Well, and he ends up killing one of them.
Oh dang. Out of spite.
And yeah. And so with that, realizing what he'd done, he leaves town, and then he's gone for like 4 or 5 years, something like that. And when he comes back, he's a villain, you know, trying to be like kingpinish, if you will.
Oh, okay.
You talking about the buckler?
Yeah.
Spoilers. How dare you.
Spoilers.
Did I say that? I didn't mean that. That was a code name.
But no, I was saying I was doing a JoJo meme.
Oh, I see. Right, it was
It's an
me,
old one.
Dio. It was I,
Yeah.
Dio, all along. Yeah, I have plenty of friends that watch JoJo.
So do I. I honestly, the first arc didn't really do it for me. It literally just, because the way a lot of people talk about it and introduce it is like all these super high stakes, high advancements, intelligence battle, no drama,
Right.
outside of like interfamilial, like superhuman meta drama.
Right.
But it wasn't that in the first arc.
Right.
It was something far more different, so it really did pull me off.
I gotcha.
Like I haven't picked it up in a while, but yeah. I don't know. I might watch it later at some point.
Yeah.
I watched the first season and a half, maybe 2 seasons. I don't know.
Right.
It didn't really catch me a lot.
Right.
But My Hero Academia did. I really like that one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Anime.
Yeah. If you actually read the manga, it gets really, really intense.
My Hero Academia or JoJo?
Both.
I've got the first 4 volumes for My Hero Academia.
Yeah, honestly, you should continue reading it because it gets really intense.
Yeah, I just gotta find somewhere to buy it, get all the volumes
I
in
think
order.
Amazon has a few chapters or
Yeah.
a few volumes. Viz Media and Shonen Jump actually has its own like dedicated app for it, which is like $1 a month.
It's not too bad. Even
Uh,
$1 American isn't too bad a month.
yeah, sorry, $1 a month USD. So, and you get their entire catalog. So, imagine having practically every single manga available to you for essentially $1 a month.
That'd be pretty good. It'd be almost like having every single
You're all right.
Marvel and DC, and maybe
Well-
a couple of the other bigger names.
Well, I think they have that, don't they? It's like you can pay like a subscription to just read all their comics and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't think it's every single like comic.
Oh.
I think they just rotate it in and out.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's less. That's not.
And then you'd probably have to pay separate for Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I think it's Comixology, but I think they rotate comics in and out unless they're independent, which stays there forever.
Right.
Because the big two, they want you to read the latest one and want you to pay for more. You know, it's like a bunch of corporate stuff. So
Yeah.
that might be the case. I might be 100% wrong. Do not quote me.
I'm quoting you.
No,
Oh.
I'm canceling now.
Oh.
Re.
Re.
The art on this is looking really good.
Oh, thank you.
It is.
Appreciate that.
Oh, nope.
So what you been up to, Rick?
Oh, not a lot. Got another video out today of the remastering of the Canadian Shield.
Ooh.
Page 4. Hopefully I should have another one. Maybe sometime this week.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch a bunch of your, some of your draw and chill. I just haven't had time.
Yeah, the chill streams. Yeah. Just us talking. Well, you get in there.
Yeah, that's what I thought this
chat.
was.
Yeah. Well, that's why as soon as I noticed you in here, I figured I'd let you know what was up.
Hi, Duffer. Not on my channel.
But I just and I knew. Pilfer
Don't
Pup
do anything
channel.
to embarrass me.
Pilfer Pup, whose channel we are on, I knew he wouldn't mind you being here.
Yeah.
It was just more a matter of letting you know. Just
Yeah. I like that. It looks very One Punch Man.
No, I gotta boot off anyway. Or I gotta jump off anyway, so. I just thought I'd pop in, say hi and whatnot. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
seeing you.
Yep.
Especially after you're done coloring this, you'll have to send it to me, and I'll end up
No.
putting it on my.
You don't get it. Just kidding. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because I want to put it up on my my fan art page on my website.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Got a couple drawings I need. I think I got a few drawings I need to put up there still.
Mm-hmm.
It might eventually make it into a comic book for the fan art page.
That'd be tight.
I put a bunch in this time around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to ask if you know anything about like Ken Nishikawa's like manga,
Not me.
No.
like Get Robo or like some of his other works. I think one of it is called Juji Ippo Dies.
No.
I posted a few like scans of his work. Of course, they're really like interesting to look at.
I'll definitely check him out. Junji Ito I like a lot.
Oh my god, yes. His work is just
It's like really pretty. Well, I mean, it's like obviously grotesque, but it's like very well
it is
done.
body horror that you can and can't look away from.
Right.
Like it's just that kind of unsettlingness that you want to look away, but you never could.
Right.
Oh, they push it further than.
You goldfish. Nah.
And that we basically lost, so we don't win this push.
Hey, Vilver Stormlight. Oh, welcome, bud. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. I don't mind that you're late. I'm just happy you're here.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Hey, if if I'm still streaming, you're not late.
Yeah, right.
But I guess you could be late if I was just about to end. If I was.
Oh. That happens a lot with me, because I'll end like randomly. I don't go to a specific time, I just go until I'm like, I'm done.
No. Ah.
That even happens with me.
Yeah.
You know, and I usually go to a specific time most of the time. So
Right.
sometimes people show up, like 5 minutes before or a minute before,
Right.
not realizing I'm going to end. Although they know what time I usually end.
Right.
Joe wants to know, so are you going to draw a self-portrait?
This is my self-portrait. This is what I look like. This is literally me.
So you don't have a mouth?
No. I was born
Damn.
without one.
Goldfish,
sad.
Goldfish is no problem. I'm currently wrestling a granola bar on the White House.
The White House, that's funny.
Yeah, the White House just happens to be his house that's white.
You're right.
When you steal toilet paper from the White House.
Oh, this is just money. Yeah, that looks good.
Hide user on this channel. You just had one of those girl bot things in your chat.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Dang, that was fast. Yeah, I'm super strong. Strong boy.
Yeah, well, I have the chat up right in front of me as we're watching.
Right.
I've got Discord up. Did the pop-out chat. Well, I know I'm not Pilfer, but I will answer for him, Goldfish.
Yeah.
This is Pilfer Pup's rendition of my character, the Canadian Shield. You see him on the side there. He's the one in red and white. Not the one with the red and blue. Not all those other muscle-bound guys.
He is not Black Adam.
Black Adam.
You know, it's surprising that that Wayne is actually like a very big DC fan. Because he doesn't even look like someone that would be it.
Right.
Well, to be fair, Henry Cavill doesn't even look like he is tech nerd either.
Yeah. But he's such a handsome man. I love Henry Cavill. He's so cool.
Well, I think this is for both me and you. It says, it looks good, so that's to you. Goldfish says it looks good.
It's
The
quite
character is
cool.
quite cool.
Oh, thanks,
Yeah.
Goldfish. But it's also a compliment towards you for the design of the character, so
Yeah.
very nice.
Well, you're doing a great job on drawing them, and I did a great job on creating them.
Yeah, exactly. Now you have to draw Lily B and as like a trade.
Yeah. I was thinking about that for next Tuesday. You'll have to send me some references.
Yeah. Getting a little bit more on figuring out how to design this in a way that really like embodies kind of like the power of this slab of concrete, you know.
Jill says, I always feel like Iron Man is a wannabe ripoff of Batman. Yeah, in some ways.
Yeah, they're both like really rich technology.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think there's a lot of characters like that.
Yeah, you could only do so much originality.
Well, to be fair, Tony's a alcoholic. Bruce is not.
He's just a parent-holic. He's like, "Where, mama?"
Yeah, honestly, it's sad that you can't really create a different origin story for Bruce. As if you do something completely different, a lot of fans would just rail you for not going the whole, why didn't you kill his parents? Why aren't his parents dead? Why aren't you doing, like, that kind of stuff?
Right. This looks like a bee. I don't want it to look like a bee.
It kind of lit.
I was just gonna say that just might have been nice. I had it better in my head, that pun, but
Right, no, you got it. It's his be nice stick.
Goldfish says, I'm currently making a reboot of Faulty Heart.
Oh yeah, Faulty Heart is my kind of my persona, but it's the next project, big project I want to work on. It's these animations about kind of like traumatic experiences and why we feel the way we do about certain things and how to deal with those emotions. Because more and more my students that I mentor and other people that I meet over the last couple of years have these like really dark thoughts about like their life and stuff, and I'm like, man, that's, I mean, myself included, right? It's like, what is the point of anything if it's just to suffer? It's kind of like the gist of like what everybody's kind of getting at. And so I want to elaborate on like what are some healthy ways to absorb, healthy ways to kind of like take in that information and kind of like maneuver it about. Because a lot of psychology and therapy, like with a therapist, isn't necessarily about solving the issue. It's about learning to live with the issue. So it's like when you tell someone something like, oh, I'm having this problem or having that problem, they're like, oh, well, here's some solutions. It's like, those aren't going to work because those solutions probably only work for the person now that they already feel healthy. It's not because that solution made them in a healthier state. Though it can assist, it usually won't create that scenario. So it's about learning to live with the difficulties that you have, not overcoming them necessarily. And that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Going on that kind of topic.
Learning to live with sometimes is a way of overcoming too.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Because you stop fighting it. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things this has to do with my own personal comic books that I do write on, and I did touch up on earlier of creating like story bibles and all that for the works I make.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it actually does delve into these types of talks, and none of it is as clean cut or as like black and white as a lot of people like to make it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
As knows, like, mental health and is not a clean cut solution, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to portray and show that in different elements and different lights, like some people that understand, some people that don't.
Mm-hmm.
And give it the respect that it deserves for it, because it is one of those things that not a lot of people actually want to talk or pay much mind of, just because of like what it might infer or imply about certain people.
I think that's
the
great.
same with
Well, I was just saying, I think that's great.
yeah, the same with like other issues and other topics, such as like you can say it's been touched up and talked about in other medias, like inequalities, prejudices,
Right.
and like how someone's sexuality plays into like their life and how they view the world.
Right.
But just because you have someone that's written it like 10, a couple of times already, that doesn't mean it's the only one that should ever exist.
Right.
Because not everyone is going to have the exact same experience that one person is writing about.
Right. I agree.
So,
well, there's always like a different voice, which is why it's important to have multiple artists, not just one artist.
yeah. And for me, I find it really arrogant to just have someone say that just because there's like 3 other people that already made this type of story and talked about this kind of issue, for you to not bother doing it.
Right.
For me, it is very arrogant of that kind of talk.
Right.
Just because
Everybody has a different perspective.
Right. I think it'd be
Yeah.
really helpful.
Yeah, and sometimes the creator wants to just vent out some of their frustrations that they actually have mentally. So
Right.
just
Well, that's
and how
what
they're
makes
overcoming.
for good storytelling too, because it's authentic. People
Mhm.
don't necessarily care about feeling good. What they do care about is authenticity in art, which is
Say
why
your
like,
idea.
certain artists
Yep.
blow up. It's because of that.
Yeah. Can you repeat that a bit?
Well,
Uh,
I was saying, because like, I think a lot of times, it's a lot akin to being like naked almost, because you're showing like your full emotions around a topic, something that you struggle with individually, all of us or whatever. As an artist, I think it's our responsibility, depending on kind of like the direction you want to take it, to, like you said, to work out your frustrations, which is essentially like, these are things that I truly believe, questions that I have, and it's like you're creating a narrative around something that you personally struggle with, which means it's going to be more realistic, more true to your nature, which is something that other people experience too. But because you've practiced the skill, this storytelling skill, this drawing skill, and you're representing that question or these like these frustrations, you're representing them in a very like I was saying, kind of like naked light, a very true, pure light, in contrast to like if it was a Disney movie, it'd be very watered down. It wouldn't be really about like where this leads or where it comes from, or like sometimes it can't get better, right? Sometimes it is just a matter of accepting that things are always going to be bad, but that's also okay, because that's just how life is, and you can't fix everything. So yeah, I think that's cool.
yeah. Like, and honestly, I do try to write in and put in a good amount of stuff that aren't just like me venting out and being frustrated, but rather think about like how would like these characters react, how would they actually be with these types of things to them.
Right.
Like does the society accept them? Is there like something wrong, something different that would change the way it's viewed? Like there's a lot of questions that you can actually ask yourself, which is basic how to write and world build kind of questions,
Right.
which can also help out in creating a character. Like
Right.
and these are the types of things I do ask myself when it came down to writing a handful of characters to begin with, or just pulling stuff out of thin air for any kind of character to begin with.
Right.
Like, how would it actually properly work out for any of them? Because there's going to be something completely different, something completely off about certain things of them.
Right.
And I do take these types of talks and topics seriously.
Right.
And even though some characters may have issues with it, personally, I don't want to show any favoritism towards anyone's side, because it's not the right thing to do when it comes down to these types of topics.
Right.
Like, from what I've seen, it makes sense that this is the case, but from what I've seen, it's that a lot more amateurish writers and creators will just say this is a gray tone topic, but would present it in such a black and white manner that more often than not would point towards the protagonists who are your protagonists are always in the right when it comes down to these heavy topics. And the way they handle it is the right way you should do it, rather than it's complicated, it's nuanced. There's not a yes or no to these types of things.
Right.
Like, it is like a trolley problem after another trolley problem, where if you know what the trolley problem is, I don't think I need to go into detail on it, but it's basically a lot of people trying to say it's always a trolley problem. Pull the lever to go in this direction, or leave it.
Right.
But you can literally say, if you ask like, okay, what's the distance between like pulling it or leaving it? Like, which one will give it a bit of a longer time to reach? That way you can show them that there's another way you can actually do the things that you want, so you can get both outcomes pretty much in a nuanced manner, but not saying this is the right way you should do it.
Right.
Like, going into a nuanced talk with the trolley problem. I had this talk with someone else. This won't be okay. And what ends up happening is they say, no, you can't do that. It's either this or that. There is no other option. This or that.
Right.
So I'm like, because I like to think about the nuance of certain topics, when the trolley problem comes into play, I'm like, how would it, like, it is one of those things of sometimes you need to make the hard calls, and there is points where it is as simple as it's this or it's that, where there is no real in between.
Right.
But if you can find a way to have a nuanced view within that, I think you can pull off a miracle and have both outcomes in a reasonable way.
Right.
At least writing wise, you can actually figure it out a lot easier as you're writing it. In real life, it is much harder.
Right.
But even if you want to go with the whole nuanced route and try to come up with like a third, fourth, or fifth answer, some people are just going to say, no, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
Right. Well, each person, their psychology works differently. This kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, where like you can't really know how someone thinks, and their goal set is completely different than yours. So it's like, for some people it's a yes or no. Some people can never get there without help. Some people they need they need it to be more less white and black. They need it to be more like in the gray, where it's like it kind of gives them leeway to make to come up with their own answer for it, because they don't know, like if it's white or black, that means it has to be wrong, kind of. So it's like it's different for every person, but which is probably the most difficult part of psychology, which is most of it is like listening and just seeing like how that person reacts and how that person, what works best for them based on like their output from what you're saying, and then you kind of work off of that. So I do agree though, where like a lot of times it is just like a matter of diving in. Sadly, that won't always be the case, but
I know.
Right.
Like, there are some cases where it is a yes or no, it is black and white. There is no real circumventing around it.
Yeah.
And in another case, you do have to take into a nuanced consideration about certain topics.
Mm-hmm.
And that is some of the things that, and I did try to explain to them, like how my views are and the way I interpreted certain things, but they wanted a simple yes or no. No, you're just hesitating. You're indecisive. You're not giving a straightforward answer. Be decisive. Give me a straightforward answer, yes or no. Stop being indecisive.
Right. Well, your psychology is just different. It's like, you internally are thinking it's a lot more complex than that, but the majority of people are, it's like things need to be like yes or no. It needs to be a lot simpler than just like the complexity of it, which is why movies dumb down characters a lot, is because the majority of public, they want something that's like, the bad guys are bad and the good guys are good, and that's the end of it. It's like real monsters in society are people that don't know that they're bad. They don't know that they're doing evil, and their goal isn't necessarily to do evil. Their goal is more like based around self-satisfaction.
Yeah.
And too often they think they're doing good, or they're just not doing bad. Very seldom.
Right.
We're all the hero of our own story.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And there's some people that it's rare, but they are genuinely monsters and they know it.
Like me. I'm the biggest monster there is, baby. They call me Monstar. So
easy.
stupid. Pilfer, please.
No, but yeah, like I do see both a complex and simple solution, but the things that they were talking about to me was more of like a interpersonal view, and they wanted a straight yes or no. Right. Even though I did say it depends. It depends on what it is referring to.
Right.
My mood, how I am that day, because it is very different every single time.
Right.
Like, even though you want a straightforward answer from me when it comes down to like a interpersonal like talk or kind of a philosophical debate, you're literally talking about a philosophical debate. There is no real straightforward answer, because what were you going to expect?
Yeah, it's a lot more complex than that.
Yeah.
Although you can't see it with those pictures there that you got on his arm, on his gloves, there's the little shield emblems that you see on his boots.
Oh, I see. They have them on his hands as well. I see on the back. It's like right here.
Yeah.
Hold
The
on.
one you won't be able to see it on, but for
Yeah.
later.
Yeah,
if
it's
I
all
might not
good.
be here because I might have to get going in about 5 minutes or
Yeah,
so.
no worries. Don't worry about it.
This is looking really good.
Thank you. Appreciate
Mhm.
that.
But no, even when it comes down to something like I can get the whole idea that I can be indecisive if it comes down to food, like what do I want to eat. There's a whole menu and plethora. I don't want to try the same food constantly because, you know. So I do spend a little bit of time thinking about like what should I really grab to eat off of this menu.
Right.
And so it makes sense for someone to just say stop being indecisive and just pick.
Yeah.
Because you're holding up the line. But when it comes down to like a little bit more nuanced talk and discussion, going back to the trolley one, I can actually make the right choice or make a hard choice that's a yes or no, but it's more of like if you want to go beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And I do give you a few reasons as to why I would go this route over that route.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it were a hard choice and hard discussion, this is the reasoning for it. If you want to know why I picked it, it's just because I picked it. What else do you want me to do? I literally just picked the ones that had like 5 people to get crushed by the trolley. There is nothing more complicated than I just picked the ones with 5 to get crushed.
Right. I gotcha.
Do you feel guilty about it? Yeah, I would feel guilty. Did you know them? No. What if I told you that they were bad? Well, you just told me that they were bad, so I don't feel as guilty as I would have then. I still feel guilty that I moved the train so it can actually crush a few people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is a gruesome way to go. Like, ew.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like there is a lot of different ways you can actually take so many of the these little things.
These like philosophical questions.
Yeah, philosophical questions are never an easy thing to discuss, especially when you have someone that would say, "Give me a straightforward answer, yes or no,"
Right.
which kind of ruins the whole "we're having a philosophical talk" or debate.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it, I just want you to give me the answer that I want, not a discussion of nuance.
Right. Well, I feel like most conversations kind of end up that way.
And it does at some point. But it kind of irks me because there are a few times where I could have that kind of talk. Especially in an area where it can be like quiet, chilled out, and mellow.
Mm-hmm.
So we can actually have a proper discussion, proper talk, and just see how certain things would go.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Oh no, there's a squeaker here. I'm going to mute this entire lobby.
Oh, in your game.
Yeah.
Are you in Overwatch?
Yeah, sorry. I finally got Overwatch working now. So
Okay.
multitasking.
Hooray.
Yeah. Like a lot of these types of talks and topics are really a slippery slope with so many people that it's really hard to
Well,
talk.
you gotta gauge your audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta know what people want to talk about. That's why I normally, if you notice, I'm like more responding than I am like starting the conversation. So, because it's like you kind of let the other person dictate the flow and like where the river goes, you kind of just direct it as it like kind of moves on its own.
Well, this is definitely looking really good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm having fun with it.
You're gonna have to definitely send me, some pics of your characters.
Oh yeah, Lily B. Get all. I still need to make a video of like all the fan art of her that I got last year. Just cause like I love that stuff. I love seeing everybody draw her in their style and like how they perceive my characters. Like,
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I didn't know you thought of her that way. She's a rabbit, and I don't know why you put her in a maid's dress, but fair enough, I guess.
Why wouldn't you put the rabbit in a maid dress?
Yeah, exactly, I guess.
By the way, I'm not gonna lie, I use all my talking points when it comes down to why did you put the character in this? Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, right. Just because I can.
Yeah. And if you want to send me a few, that's alright too,
Nope.
a few different characters.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I will next Tuesday I'll try.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever works. I don't really have any expectations of like others, like when they get their work done. It's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this with any expectation either.
Yeah. Tuesday is my next live stream. That's what I was thinking it.
Oh, you don't do it on Saturdays?
Well, there's gonna be this Saturday, but it's gonna be on my friend Hero Shack.
His
Brad?
channel? Not on your
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah, we're gonna be going between my channel, his channel, and another buddy's.
Okay.
Trying for the Saturday draw along.
Right. That's cool.
Just to make it simple, easy, just relax. We all got whatever we're gonna draw, but
Mhm.
just some artists getting together and drawing, and letting everybody see.
Right.
With that, I'm gonna take off. I want to grab something to eat.
No worries.
So, I can't wait to see this done in full. It's looking really great.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
So, I guess we will see
Reconvene.
you.
Yeah, see you
Later,
later.
maybe Saturday. I'll
Yeah.
send you a link to the channel that I'm going to be on
Yeah.
with my friend.
Alright.
If you want to stop by the chat, and maybe even if you have the time, come on if you want.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright. Talk to you guys later.
later.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
I'm still gonna stream though. Until at least this is done, and then I might work on parries as well. Yeah, so that's cool. I might need some more coffee. How long has it been? How long did I stream for today? It's been 3 hours. That might be a good chance for a coffee break here soon. But not yet. This is like a... So what I am gonna do is actually make his suit not white, but like an off red, like a very gray red. And then I'm gonna work with that as the primary color. And then make this like more of a medium tone, like this. Or even like a deeper red. Oh, he did do that too. That's not. Oh no, that's because I deleted the background. Let's see. Ooh. Excuse me. I don't like wearing white. It gets dirty too quickly, and I'm a dirty. Harry. It's funny. That is so funny. Excuse me. I'm feeling that coffee, friendos. So that is a little bit. This would be like more over here, I think. So we got this and this. It's gonna be a little bit more like maybe. Yeah, that's better. And then his eyes are white, I believe. The same color. There we go. His eyes stand out a lot more. Is this Canada Man with rock hammer? Yeah, it is. Actually, it's literally Canada Man with a rock hammer. How you doing, Rad Red? Good to have you here, bud. Thanks for joining. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and make. Okay, a 10-minute break and make some coffee. Break making coffee. Oh, my computer's like super lagging. I don't know why this is. Oh, it's like really lagging. Yes, save. What if it just all crashed and that was the end of it? There we go. Doing good. Very cool. Very cool. Now, if people can't read that, I don't know what to tell them. Be right back, friends. Enjoy the music. Let me make sure that the playlist is alright. I'll go back to the beginning. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Getting back to work. Milk. What would be the opposite of coffee? Water? I don't know. Coffee. Tea. The opposite of coffee is tea. He's gonna look like he's 10 years old. Elixir of life. It's true. I do love mine coffee. This thing's being a butthole. Photoshop, why are you such a bad program? True, true, big true. So I am gonna end up giving him red chonies because I think that'll help break up the character. There we go, that's really good. And then now I could do the lighting. Hey, that's pretty good. See, this is like it's right here. Hello, how you doing, Pastry? Good to see you, bud. That's three. Picture American Man now for some reason. American Man. Is Crossy on panel with you? He was earlier for the first 3 hours, and then they left. Everybody left. No, I'm not even offended. I want this to be like more of a metallic color. Make this maybe like lighter. Kind of jarring. Gotta go, but awesome art as always. See ya, Perry. Good to have you here. I'm not doing any more conversations for the night, Reb. I appreciate it though, bud. Thank you. I'm more just trying to finish this, lock this in and finish it before the stream ends, you know? Thank you, though. Yeah. It's looking pretty good. Oops, that's what I was doing. Whew. It's a lot of work. Did this. Okay, now for the arms. No, we'll start with the hand. So I can correctly sculpt in these shades, these shadows. Ugh. I'm feeling it. What are you guys up to? Whoever's left. I know I kind of got into this a bit, so probably a lot of you are like howdy by now. And it's like pretty late too. It's already almost 9. Very cool.
forever be an edge, forever running from this lunar sea. Moonlight coming down, beaming through the clouds. Will I never see the end? Forever searching for my destiny.
Yes, this is looking really good. Give him the old Hitler stash over here. Ah, my hand. So sad. Let's see. So we got all this detail on the shading. Look at this. Leave it like that, and then oh yeah, the line art needs to be like really nice. This for the line art. Working as intended. There we go, that's better. Oh yeah, like an orange, I guess. So that's the 10, then this needs to be like here. Ooh. All right, let's see. I'm doing this. I was here but cooking. Debatable. I'll believe it when I see your food.
Take off at the speed of sound. Bright lights, colors all around. I'm running wild, living fast and free. Got no regrets inside of me. Not looking back, not giving up, not letting go. I'll keep on running. I'm gonna reach for the stars, although they look pretty far. I'm gonna find my own way and take a chance on today. The sky will start so bright, the colors feel so right. I've never felt like this. I keep on running. The sky will start so bright, the colors feel so right. Just take my hand, we're gonna reach for the stars tonight.
It's looking pretty good, I feel like. Oh, that one villain, I think his name is Juggernaut. Oh, thanks, I appreciate that. Means a lot, bud. Thank you. In all honesty, I feel like you have more skills from most artists from what I noticed. From most artists. Oh, well, I appreciate that, but I'm just having fun with this, you know? Nothing too comparative about it. I'm just happy I get to draw. Mhm. Oh yeah, this needs to be like... Yas! Music. I don't know. I might just have some mist rising, honestly. I think that'll be the easiest thing to do. I don't want to get, like, too crazy with it. I just picturing the most American thing blowing up like McDonald's. Nah. I think, I need to do, like, something like this. subtle little kind of like adds to it. Like he just goes into McDonald's and notices they serve fake syrup on their breakfast platters. Oh my gosh, which they probably do. That looks really awesome, but that's not the Rock Green Lantern. Oh, so sad, so sad. I appreciate that, Raul. Thank you very much. I guess I could have the cape be a little bit darker below, so that the other thing can stand out a lot more. Alright, so now there's like a Canada logo. Alright, so now it's like... But super easy, barely an inconvenience. Has to go over that, right? Oops. Gonna do it as color. There we go. Pin light. And then now, I'm gonna do this. This color in there. Maybe I can put it behind him. Yeah, like that, and then put this. Have it be like. There we go. I need to make this lighter though, so it stands out. There we go. Linear burn's kind of nice. And then maybe make it a little bit more red. Yeah, that works. Oh yeah, and more. Yeah, very cool. Thanks for posting that. I think that's gonna be it for this one. I think I'm basically done. Gee, a lot done. Yeah, I got this one done for tonight. I'll definitely have to do. I still have to finish Perry's, and I still have to finish making the videos for this weekend. So, what was that? 4 hours? 4.5 hours. Perfect. That means I can still go to the market and get milk and bread because I need both of those things. Very much so. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for the night. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is looking pretty nice. I think that's about as much as I wanted to get done with it. So that works out. Thanks a lot for being here, everyone. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a great time. Have a great night and stay safe. Bye.